All right. So, looking at what we did yesterday. Time to get back to your vacation? Yeah, no worries, Todd. Yep. Whenever you guys are ready. I think especially when you guys want to like promote your your like accessibility website like tool. I forget the name. It's like the 101 tips kind of thing or whatever. Or like just I forget the exact scope, but yeah. Yeah, when you guys have that in a place that you're ready to like hype it up. Is that the one? Have you guys okay. So you got the domain for it yet. But yep, got to work on it more. So, cool. Yeah, when you guys are ready to start hyping that up, I think that would be the most relevant time. And I need to publish the videos from our previous things. I have them, I just, I'm so lazy on editing. Right? Exactly. Here we go. Here's some music playing. If anyone would like to leave a lurk, feel free. Sorry, just seeing this whole like T4 stack drama. Totally got distracted by it. Interesting. All right. Because I pour whiskey. Nothing, but they do have to warn potential minors that I might be doing something that adults should be doing. It's that simple. Duh. It's for advertisers, man. Same reason you're not going to see a Scotch commercial on Nickelodeon. All right. We're building some software. All right. So yeah. Just do it. You're not going to blow up overnight, so you have time to just figure out what you like about it, see if you enjoy it. Yep. You're definitely going to do that your first couple streams. Get in the habit of chatting as if people are watching. All right, so if we look at what's going on here, the Docker compose action actually worked and fired, but we don't see the test command running. Yeah, that is stream parrot. Maybe people will see the VOD. It's actually kind of rare for people to go back and watch VODs. I wish Twitch gave us some good numbers rather than mixing like the views that we get on stream into like the views that VODs get. They made that change a couple years ago, and it's a terrible idea. I still don't remember why they did that. Sure. Yeah, it's fun that way. Maybe Lone Wolf. You'd still have to blow up so big for that to happen. It's unlikely. I'm sure I've got some trolls that are holding on to some VODs of mine in the hopes that I'll eventually like have some reason for them to like, you know, call me out for some stupid things I said. It's definitely happening. But I'm getting them twice because I'm taking up space on their hard drive that they can't use for something else. Yeah, so we see the command composer test. Why didn't that run? Are we running the right file? That would be maybe a big part of it. I don't know. Check out the Primeagen or the Alt F4 stream. They show their OBS all the time. They show their Twitch streamer dashboard all the time. So there's no rules about streaming. You just got to do it, man. Stop getting up in your own head too much and just start. Oh, yeah, I doubt that's a coincidence, Dr. Cudley. When we look at our compose action, right, we see it's using the right folder there. Maybe there's something I'm missing from the compose action. That's fine, silly, right? Kinslayer had issues too. It's just Xbox. So yeah, we see the containers started. It's just not running our command. So I'm wondering if that's part of our compose action that we're using here. One second, Lone Wolf. Yep, see it. It's none of those options. Cool. So we know that the composer install is definitely running. This command should be overwritten by the docker compose CI file. We don't know. But we don't even see the composer test function being run, which I find interesting. We do know that this is being installed, and we know that composer install is running, though. So that's weird. No, everything is a string in YAML. All right, just like this one. That works just fine. If we run this compose locally, it works just fine. Seems to be something to do with our GitHub workflow. All right, so dash F is what we want to specify that. Why is Docker Compose not even running? Let's just restart Rancher. All right, so Rancher's shutting down. It's going to restart here in a second. Yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun? Nice, Robotic Head. And Abdella, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Back end takes a while to start. Kind of annoying. Wish I could see the log of it starting up instead of just a endless little bar in the bottom. Is this iTerm swallowing the output? Oh, let me double check. Pretty sure that token's expired. Yep. All right, cool. All right, let's get to the right folder. Yeah, and maybe the Docker compose action is just the wrong option. I could just run the Docker file directly, I think. Yep. Okay, so iTerm is fundamentally broken for me, and I don't know why. I haven't been able to figure out what its deal is. Right? Mm-hmm. Oh, damn, Colton. Yeah, that's not good. No, it's pretty consistent. I've had this issue before with iTerm too as well. Like maybe I just need to delete iTerm 2 and then reinstall. I've had this issue before too, though. Yeah. Mm, nah, when you have like 2 or 3 of those things, yeah, they'll try and hold you just so they can search the vehicle. Yeah. Also depends on what state you're in. All right, let's try reinstalling iTerm. Maybe that'll help. Oop. Okay, so we at least get that output back. Yeah, it must have been just like a borked version of iTerm for some reason. It was really weird, though. Oh, wait. Did it just disappear again? No. Okay. That was just weird that it, like, lost it here. All right, so now inside of here, they're saying command test is not defined. No? Yep, no worries, Lone Wolf. Okay. I could have sworn I had tests defined, though. Oh, that's a weird one. But yeah, thank you for the follow, Lone Wolf. All right, so we create that using the standard Docker Compose file we have. Nope, that's not working. Yeah, this seems frozen. That's fun. Okay, so it looks like we don't have a test script written for our code. I thought we did. But yeah, no, that's on me. So let's look at it. Oh, well, hold up. We do. Test is definitely defined. We know that the file's in there, too. What? I wonder if doing it as an array is the issue. Oh, well, that's part of it. The, yeah. What's inside of the image doesn't have it. Okay, so then docker build. Let's rebuild it. Doesn't explain why we didn't see any output in the GitHub action, though. Okay, so yeah, connection refused. That's to be expected. We don't have the server running locally. Sure, the bread. Oh, and wrong thing. Okay. All right, so we definitely got some flaws in our testing here. Not sure what the flaw there is yet. But bare minimum, I want this to run inside of our action as well, and it's not. Sure. I mean, we already pointed out that by VM isn't your issue. The way you're storing files is your issue. I would solve that first. Instead of completely migrating off of by VM, fix how you're storing files. Then migrate. Don't do all at once. All right, so we could look at what we're doing here in this test. I find it strange that this is not working. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with ByVM. They're storing all of their files locally to the VMs or the VPSs instead of on a block storage or object storage or whatever. Yeah, object storage, that's the term. It is not the fault of their VPS provider. Ooh. We get formatting back, though. Nice. So feature does not exist in lookup table. We don't necessarily know which one of these is failing us, though, because it's running every test. We do see that it's at line 62. Oh. So before global start end, during global start end, and after global start end should be in that file. My guess is it's these three right here. So let's go look at the test server and see what's up there. Before, during, and after global start end. All right, so let's look. Let's look for this string. The bread, that is so overkill. Why not just S3? Why not just any object storage provided by basically any provider? No, the bread, you're recommending way too much for someone who's not experienced with any of that yet. Sorry, the bread, that is a terrible recommendation. This person made the mistake of not knowing how to put stuff on S3. Do you really think spinning up a cluster is the right answer? Come on, bread. Recognize your audience. Recognize what you're recommending to whom. Just put it up on Amazon S3 or Azure's equivalent or whatever, but you don't need to migrate your VPSs yet, silly. Again, the bread. Someone who thinks migrating from by VM is required because they're storing files wrong is not someone you should be recommending an entire cluster setup for. You had the context. You just chose to ignore it. All right, so where are we doing this bit? Exactly. Oh, this might be the actual issue. So we know that we're getting a feature lookup table from this, actually. So that shouldn't be the issue. What are we using for logging? We're just doing echoes? I think we're just doing echoes. Ooh, we actually want to do var dump. All right, let's rebuild. And this is where the Docker Compose would be nice, because we'd be using a proper volume instead. Instead of having to rebuild and recopy everything. So feature name or ID here is what we're passing into get real IDs. All right, so oh wait. So this might not be the place that I thought it was. They are saying it's client test PHP 62. Which would mean this one. Right, and this should ends up calling should custom string under the hood. Which is where this is. All right, group namer ID, feature namer ID gets passed in. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem either. Hmm. The bread, the context is that they're paying too much. Their by VM VPSs are too large, and they could downsize them massively by offloading their storage somewhere else. The entire context is they want to save. That means they are going to have to refactor. Already, based upon the context they set that they were going to switch from Azure, or switch from ByVM to Azure because of their storage, right? Because they want to migrate VPSs. The context is already set. Yes, cost is the reason. If it seems like I'm being a bit terse, it's because I've already told Silly all of this. And what I said went in one ear and out the other. So if we see the feature by name already in the lookup table, what is the deal? Oh. Oh. All right. So it's the way we're checking feature ID. Oh. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. I think I'm seeing an unrelated log, I think. Ah, okay. So yeah, I was actually looking at the wrong error. Why would it be saying the error is at client test PHP 62 when it's very obviously not? Is some of this getting expanded in a way that I didn't expect? That is so weird to me. Okay, so it's not that issue. So integer, float, string. Ah, okay, so that's the fault there. I appreciate what you're doing there, the bread. What would be the best learning experience for them, as well as the most cost-effective? Object storage. Again, you're recommending to someone that has not done the object storage thing yet to do extra sysadmin duties on a dedicated machine. You really need to understand your audience when you're giving advice, man. $100 a month is too much anyway. How much are you, like, you didn't even ask what they're paying right now. Like, dude, you're not even considering the person you're recommending stuff to. You're just throwing out recommendations. If you guys want to continue discussing this, please take it somewhere else. Discord, whatever. But I'm tired of it. Your recommendations are bad. I would not recommend Silly listen to any of them so far. But if you guys want to, go for it. I just don't want it here in my chat anymore. You didn't even ask how much data they're trying to store. You're not considering their use case, dude. That is bad recommendations because you're not even asking the questions that need to be asked. You haven't even asked what their use case is. How much data do they need? What are they paying right now? Like the bread. These are terrible recommendations you're making because you haven't even asked the baseline questions to make a recommendation from. That is bad. But you're already doing it. Like, dude, didn't want to do the thing you've already done? Come on, the bread. Please. Think. Assess your audience. Ask them the questions that fucking matter instead of throwing out random recommendations that have nothing to do. Like, you don't know their use case. Any suggestion you make based upon that use case is bullshit. Right? Because you don't know it. You're throwing out suggestions from the dark. Darts at a dartboard. With your eyes closed. Like, dude. What's up, Tight Spot? How you doing? I just don't like seeing people make recommendations just to, like, basically make themselves seem smart. That's what it seems like right now, the bread. Yes, we know. You're totally capable of this. Oh my god. Yes, your knowledge is next level. But until you actually ask the person what their needs are, you're just stroking your own ego. And silly. If you don't want to listen to what I'm saying, cool. Stop bringing it up then. I'm tired of having my recommendations fall on deaf ears. Yeah, so the string not here and integer not here. I just think those are bad tests. Do I have those same tests in other places too, though? I think that's the important part. Yeah, see, we're not even testing that. So I think it's expected to fail. Now, if the feature were off, that would be a different thing, but I would need more, like, robust test cases for that. So I think, yeah, let's just fix the client test here. These were not expected to work that way based upon any other test suite that we have either. Oop. Didn't mean to do a save. Wait, what did Control S do? All right, there we go. Okay, so failed asserting that true is false. That's on line 59, theoretically. Aha, and yeah, this is for one of these, we think. And I'm okay with that, because yeah, I know we have time zone issues. Oop. We don't need to save the source or the composer file. Okay, so now we can actually look at what's up here. Like, again, in our CI/CD, we don't see the tests even trying to be ran. But they should. So let's go look up at this again. And we see a workflow here. A hacky way we could do this is to just do a Docker build locally. Yeah, I feel like this Docker compose action should be working though. Let's look at the Docker compose CI again. So the image is PHP custom. We don't actually have that image though, do we? We don't. It looks like it's running though. Oh, I see. This is naming the image. Right. And then we do a build dot in this folder, and that should be good. So we do see that build. And yeah, we just don't see composer test running. Is TTY true an issue? Like maybe I need to not pass TTY true. Maybe TTY true is no good. Ooh, but if that was it, we'd still have gotten a failure, right? All right, let's go look at the pipeline. Ooh, and I haven't heard from Dylan yet today. I forget if it's 3:30 or 4:30. I'm going to guess it's 4:30 that he typically aims for. But Yeah. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll see if he's available in like an hour. All right, so we see the Basil build go. That's expected. We could actually swap the order of these to see it fail faster. That might be an option too. I think that might be a good option. It actually went fast. Yeah, the basil part. Yeah, the caching there kicks in pretty quick. We see compose started, but yeah, we don't see any of our output. All right, well, let me try this. Docker compose. So command test is not defined. Yeah, PHP custom is not running because it exits. Oh. Oh. Right. It's because GitHub Workspace here isn't being passed in. Right. Right. We saw this warning right here, and I totally spaced on it. So we need to actually define GitHub Workspace. Error while creating mount source path. Oh, yep. Hold on. I think I need the sudo at the start. Okay. Does it light speed? Not from my experience. Maybe I'm wrong. Keep running. It does stay running, though. All right, so what's the right way to expose the terminal there so I can actually look at what's going on? Oh, and the var dub HTML might be wrong, too. We've got it there. Right, dev null would work too. Does the command in the compose file take priority over the one in the Docker file? I believe so. Pretty sure. All right, so let's think about this. Just doing ls-a just to see. Oh, that's right. Yeah, because holiday weekend. I don't know why it seems premature, like next weekend would be the days that you get that, but all right. Is Thanksgiving not the 31st? Have I mixed that up? Is Thanksgiving always just like the whatever Thursday or something? Oh, okay, it's like last Thursday of the month. Fourth Thursday. Yeah, I think it's actually like the number from the start then. So it's just the fourth one, depending on when the first one happens, really determines it. Okay. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Thursday and Friday off this week? Gotcha. Yeah, I'm a bit of a curmudgeon about it, but again, as a holiday to just hang out with your family, eat some hopefully good food. Some people's parents can't cook. I feel bad for you. You're on call for Black Friday and Cyber Monday. Yeah, that makes sense. And again, sorry for snapping at you earlier there, the bread. Also silly. Sorry for snapping at you too. Yeah. I definitely use a harsher tone to make a point. Is that somewhat manipulative? Yes, but does it work? Also, yes. I think I did need the TTY true now. Yep. So, it looks like we're not in the right folder. Because it's an easier way of packaging up the build and run steps. In a GitHub action, running a compose is a simpler process than doing a build, then referencing that built container in a later step. Yeah. Yeah, it makes the action simpler. So yeah, we didn't need the TTY true. It turns out I'm not in the folder I thought I was. What is it, like CWD? PWD? All right, there we go. So yeah, let's do a PWD in there instead and see what's up. So it seems like the volume's not working. Maybe I need to set workdir. Okay, so something about the volume is no good. So how do we debug our volumes in Docker Compose? It looks like the dot slash should be working too. Oh, we might need to do a force recreate. That could have been part of it. The image should have been created already, though. Yeah, we're still getting the ls in an empty folder, so the volume's not working. And really, like, the dot slash should be working. Oh, so the path was no good. Okay. So we should at least see the test run now. We expect the test to fail still. Yep. Okay. So I think we're pretty good there. Let's see if it actually works up in where we're looking for it. And we'll clean up in a second. I just want to actually see if it's working. Will it blend? No, it did not blend. So we still don't see our output here. Anyone got any ideas? I'm happy to show any of the files that you might want to see just to verify some assumptions. Hmm. And I don't think this is actually going to fix anything. Because I must be misunderstanding something about the Docker Compose action that we're using in our GitHub Actions. And what is this UG step? I forgot what that even is. Oh yeah, we're trying to echo what the workspace is. That's right. Oh, really, Jason? Yikes. We'd have to build first, and then we'd have to run it, right? That's the entire reason we're using Compose, because we get both of those steps. I'm not necessarily sure where the built contain or the built image would be and how we'd reference it, because they're separate steps. They may be separate file systems too. I don't think so, but I don't know. So we can try it here in a sec. And yeah, that sucks, Jason. Yeah, I was always lucky. Pretty much the only family we ever had over for Thanksgiving was like my mom's side of the family. Very liberal. I know, yeah. I think that action might be doing something weird. That's my current guess. And there it is. So yeah, I just think that that action is doing something goofy. Like it's not honoring the command that I have set. But it doesn't have an argument for a command to pass it. So, whatever. Yeah, maybe it does. That's possible. But worst case, I can just fix it. See, I don't even think I need the TTY true either. All right, so let's see if this works. Will it blend? Oh, okay. So that's a different one. Oh. And it didn't actually fail, right? Exited with code 127. Do I need TTY true here to make that error pass through to the top level? And before we go any further, I'm going to guess at the TTY true part. But PHP unit not found. Oh, that isn't it. No, I don't want to use a custom action for it. Okay, so we got to figure out where this is going to live. Oh, damn. Did Algo get the Primogen raid? Looks like it, huh? Nicely done. All right, so we see this working here. All right, and Docker Compose is not passing that error back to us. I like how he called it the ashtray instead of the sys tray. That's kind of funny. Mm-hmm. I guarantee you, the last time you were here, I had the same amount of tabs. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's a Docker Compose exit code from? You sure? Oh, there it is. Exit code from. Okay. Okay. So then the name of the service is really what I'd want to do. And that would be PHP custom. Okay, okay. Yeah, I think so. Hey, and that did pass it through. All right, yeah, good call. Yeah, when are you trying to get started? You about ready? I think we just fixed our issue here. Yeah, take your time. Yeah, that was a good chat. Good catch there, K-Bray. Good call. All right, so we should see this fail out. What's up, Filter? How you doing? Hey, all right. So that's exactly what we wanted there. Cool. Now let's get our other tests in there and make sure that works. And yeah, theoretically, we'll see the basal tests fail before we even get to the other part, and that's fine. And it already failed. Because, yep, there we go. That was expected. Yep, fail, fail, fail. All right, cool. Yeah, sweet. Let's pour another beverage while we are now, very patiently waiting on DM. Hopefully he enjoys his meal, takes his time, and we can chat a bit while we're waiting. So, what's everyone up to? Anything fun today? Ooh, the bread redeemed plays something on guitar. Okay, okay. And thank you for the follow, Bites Corner. Let me pour a beverage first, then we'll play the song. No, no, no. It's going to be a song of my choosing. No stairway. Denied. Thanksgiving battles? Yeah, there's never a Thanksgiving battle other than, too many people in the kitchen at my family's house. Coldplay concert in Malaysia tomorrow? Is it just a cover-up for the singer to end up assassinating the Malaysian prime minister? Yes. Right? In the description must be Ambi Turner. All right. We went to the coast and we did some crabbing. My family in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania does fishing. Do I not have a guitar tune around here? I thought I got one. No, this one doesn't work. Do I not have a guitar tune right now? Oh, there we go. That one works. Alright, good enough for fun. Take it easy. Yeah, let's just do this one again. Oh yeah, I probably should. All right, there you go. Yeah, no worries. Did that not switch scenes? Weird. All right, there we go. Oh, that's not the right scene either. There we go. Thank you. And that was my own song. Wrote that myself. Well, that's your fault. All right, do we got DM Mulroy available yet? Looks like not. All right, let's think about what we need to do for tomorrow. We got, let's look at this. We see the Go code, the Rust code, and the C# code set up for Basil. We've got the PHP code tested on its own using Docker Compose. We need to add the Elixir and the JS to this process. So let's look and see. Oh, and let's get more music playing. Hold on. Let me also do some stuff for the mic. There we go. Let's get more music playing. And Basil Elixir. I'm pretty sure there is just no Elixir Basil support. We do see RabbitMQ has their own Basil stuff, so maybe we take a look at that, because I think RabbitMQ is Elixir code. Right? Okay. Looks like they've got some rules set up. Let's look at this. Nope. Let's look at this first. Oh, yep. Yeah, so there was someone from Brex that was trying to implement it. Well, yeah, Brex decided to move to Kotlin, so maybe the Elixir stuff never got finished. And yeah, let me double check on Brex. I forget what they even are. I think it's brex.sh. Nope, that is not it. Brex. No, damn it. AI powered. God, that is annoying. I remember they were hiring at one point. I want to see if they got anything left. Engineering managers, head of engineering, Mexico, Canada, Brazil. Interesting. Nope. I don't think they have any DevRel stuff. So yeah. Yeah, it's a shame. Let's just double check. No front end stuff hidden in the design section? Nope. All right. I was kind of like waiting to hear back from a couple, but I need to send out some more stuff. It's like it's Thanksgiving weekend, so it's unlikely to be a lot of people's priorities. So it's a little tougher. Ooh, this person actually works at Brex, or used to. Maybe they went back. All right, so there were reasons they chose it. Yeah, the lack of static typing, tools like Dialyzer, Dialixer help. The IDE experience could use some work. Some mix ended up being pretty slow. So yeah, lack of open source support for building Elixir with Bazel. Right? In general, Bazel relies on there being a defined set of rules to know how to build artifacts for different platforms or languages. For many mainstream languages, there are already predefined rule sets maintained by a community or a company. You can see lots of them in the Bazel build GitHub. There is no open source stuff for Elixir for Bazel. Right, so Bazel wouldn't work for local development. That can be annoying. Had to keep using Mix. Yeah, okay, so that's a bummer. And what does this Bazel RC file do? Oh, so they're using Gazelle. They ended up creating rules Erlang, and Elixir is just a sub package of that. What's up, True Nemesis? How you doing? Pretty good. Right. So I expect the JS stuff to be fairly easy to test for our purposes. The Erlang we're gonna have to really like think about and figure out. We see Hex. Nice. Okay. Kind of need to see some examples. Yeah, their docs are a bit lacking. Wait. Is RabbitMQ owned by VMware? Why would you call that a high energy guitar solo? None of that was a solo. They were bridges. I would say understanding song structure, if you're going to critique song structure, would be probably useful. Also, Jason, this is so far after the fact. Why do you think it's something we're trying to discuss right now? If you don't like it, then don't like it. Not every song is made for you, dude. Deal with it. Fuck off. Like, why do you think I wanted to hear a critique of my song like that? If you don't like it, then you don't like it. Like, dude, Jason, such a shitty comment. Such a shitty comment. Come on, man. Is today a fucking full moon or something? No? So you don't even get that excuse. It's just a shitty comment. You try what? You try making shitty comments? Yeah, that's what you did. If you don't like it, then simply don't like it. Why do you think your critique was valuable? Why do you think we needed to hear it? What did any of us benefit from your comment? Do you think I'm going to change the song because you didn't like it? Fuck you. I'm like, dude. Right? 10 minutes later, do you think a critique of my song is valid and a good thing to say? Like, dude, so fucking weird, man. You might as well have said needs more cowbell. I don't fucking care what you think, dude. God, so fucking weird, man. Okay, so yes, RabbitMQ is a VMware thing. If you've never had Barracuda, you've never had good fish. Dude, you are just chock full of shitty comments today, dude. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, no, you're prone to really shitty comments, and I don't know, I'm kind of sick of hearing them. God. Like, Jason, I'm really mulling over whether I want to give you a chance to ever speak in here again. Like, dude. I could at least mark you as suspicious so other people don't got to be subjected to your shitty comments. What's up, DM Alright? How you doing? Yeah, you about ready? Let's get started. I think we're just queuing this up for tomorrow. We're gonna have to set up our Basil build rules for the Erlang, or technically Elixir stuff. I'd love it if they had some examples. Right? Okay, and that's where they set all that up. Okay, so yeah, we'll deal with that later. All right, so let's get guest stars going. Okay, so yeah, I think I sent you an invite. Let's pause that. All right, let's switch to the right scene. Hey, how's it going, Dylan? Ooh, you changed up the camera. Yep. Yeah, it's a little dark. But yeah. Cool. All right. So boom, we got you there. Yeah, you still got the Discord thing. Mm-hmm. What's up, Nate? How you doing? Oh, looks like you froze. No, you're good. Okay, yeah, you're good. You're good. What's up, standard? Okay, let's get the recording going. Oh, I did, and then it unmuted. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Okay. So yeah, we got the recording going. Wait, what's that? Oh, there you go. Yep. How'd the talk go? Oh, you had the headphones off. Yeah. How'd the talk go? No, I got it. I fixed it. Ooh. Hold on, wait. Chat again real quick. Hold on. Try one more time. Oh, no, I messed that up. Okay, so for some reason I am not getting your audio over here, and I'm not sure why. Audio source, application audio. Okay. Well, then how am I hearing you? Hold on. Okay. Try again? Like muting it? Okay. Yes, we don't hear anything now. So I do need it from guest star, I think. Okay. All right, try chatting a bit.
Test. Right. Test.
Cool. So that should be coming through over on YouTube now too.
Sweet.
Anyone that might be over on YouTube, let me know if I need to change volumes, adjust things to where like maybe I'm too loud or I don't know. Anything like that. Just let me know. All right, so it's been a while. I don't really remember where we left off. We wrote our tests and the tests ended up passing, right?
Yeah. So if I recall correctly, we were getting ready to write like our fetch stuff. And I think we had to install a bunch of dependencies, but I had to leave early last time. So we wouldn't have had enough time to get through that. Mm-hmm. That's where I remember leaving off. But I also admittedly cannot fully recall.
Sure. All right. Well, yeah, we can get started. And yeah, looks good.
Sweet. 1 second here. Got to set myself a reminder to take out the trash and recycling like usual on our Tuesday streams.
Yep. Did you forget it last
time? Okay. I did not. I made
Okay.
it. I did. I've been on a good streak. All right.
Nice.
Okay. So I think this test is probably where we left off, considering we have a bunch of errors and build issues.
Sure.
So I think just to start, I'm gonna try commenting that out and try to get us in a state where we're actually like building and our previous tests are at least passing. Chat, how is the font size looking for y'all?
What do y'all think, chat? Could it be just a little bigger, or is it perfect? Bueller.
Bueller.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we
Looks
go.
fine.
Now we're
All right.
seeing some problems.
Cool. Thanks, Distant. Thank you, Lightspeed.
Okay. So we were starting to add some JSON serialization and deserialization stuff as well. And I remember it's starting to come back to me. We were having an issue on putting this deriving macro on our hash tables because they don't inherently have, I guess YoJSON doesn't inherently know how to serialize that. So that's probably going to be a issue that we're going to have to work through. So I'm going to back out some of this stuff and we're just going to kind of go through it one bit at a time, I think.
Okay.
So deriving YoJSON probably works similar to Serde, if I understand the Rust ecosystem correctly. I think you can annotate types with similar annotations and get basically those functions essentially for free.
Okay.
However, because hash tables apparently don't know how to be serialized, we're going to have to do that. So again, I'm just going to kind of walk back stuff until looks like we're actually, okay, that built. So let me try run test. Is that the command? Do run test. Look at that. Green test suite. We love to see it.
Nice.
Okay. Right. So trying to think about where the best place to start off would be. We are going to need to figure out how to serialize and deserialize all of our types essentially. And most of them should be pretty straightforward. So let's, I guess, start adding our tags here and see how far we can get.
Okay.
So we have this dependency called YoJSON, and of course, ptime's not going to have it. So we will manually have to write our serializers for ptime. And I know we've talked about previously about potentially wrapping our time library. And this might not be the worst time to do that. I'm trying to think here. Let me go check the docs here and see if they have any advice for how to handle this. Rapid. We're probably going to have to. Let's go jump to YoJSON. So yeah, this is the library we're using right here. Is ppx deriving YoJSON. So I think we're just gonna have to basically, we can come in here and we can like mark types, like you can say of YoJSON, and you can give it a function, and then to YoJSON. So we can effectively write types that way, or we can just straight up essentially wrap our datetime library now, which I think we should probably do. And we have a adamant cheer from chat to do that. So what do we want to call this? Time, maybe, I guess. Time.ml.
D time for Dylan. Dylan time. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out.
Oh yeah, how was your conference? How'd that go?
Oh, it was fun. Yeah, I got to just hang out and chill. Yeah, the after party was really fun. Got to just chat and hang out with Ken Wheeler and Taz Singh and just a bunch of really cool people. Got to meet Ben.
Did you get
Holmes in person.
Nice, dude. I chatted with him this morning on stream, and I think I want to try to do some like ReasonML, Melange, like Astro content, and maybe do something with him.
Sure.
Did you get to meet Jarrell and Elisa from the Apollo team? I think they spoke.
Oh, I met
on
Jarrell.
Suspense.
Yeah, he's super cool. Yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah, they were both at RVA.js, and like they gave like the best introduction to Suspense that I've ever seen. Like their presentation was so good.
Nice. I think he also gave the same talk at React Summit.
Yeah, they were. Everyone in chat should go watch their Apollo GraphQL Suspense talk because it is like just fantastic.
Nice.
All right, let's go to type T in here, and I want to probably do a V-split and look at our schedule module, since that's where we're utilizing the majority of our datetime stuff. And should probably get build in watch mode. Okay, everything is looking good there. Let's go look at the p time docs. I have to do this every single time. P time.
70% of the time, every single time.
Exactly. All right, so we have this type T. Type for picoseconds precision, blah, blah, blah. If I to string this, so we can say of float. We can of float and to float. So we could serialize this as a float. How are these values typically stored in JSON files? That's actually the better question.
So JavaScript, like, every number is a float. So I think the to float from float is probably the right way.
Sorry, I meant like if I'm writing one of my like configuration files or feature flag files that I'm storing on like GitHub or wherever we're going to pull it from, is it going to be stored as like a timestamp or like a ISO date string?
It's just an epic, right? Like a UTC.
Okay, great. Okay, and are those generally stored in seconds or milliseconds?
I believe we're doing milliseconds.
Okay, cool. All right, well, that should make that somewhat easy. Let's get like a basic wrapper around this library built, and we'll go from there. So we have this, yeah, we'll say type T. For now, we'll just say ptime dot T. And how do we actually want to do this? Trying to think if there's a better, we can hide that behind an interface too. Yeah, we'll start with that. And then we want to mark this with at deriving actually, before we do that, let's just start with something super simple and refactor this stuff to use our datetime library. So we should be able to do, if we go include ptime, in fact, we should probably even comment that out. So include is basically like what's the best way to? It actually almost works like how you can like expand types in Go structs, if that makes sense. What's that called? Where you like embed a struct in another struct in Golang?
Wait. Say this again.
Um, in Golang, when you like you have some struct and you like embed another struct within it. You know what I mean?
Right, like the way they do like compositional inheritance.
Yeah, kind of like that. That's kind of what this include keyword says. So when you include another module inside of a module, it kind of like spreads
Okay. Yep.
everything
Yeah,
from the other
exactly.
module, right?
So that's how Go does that too.
Yeah,
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
yeah. Cool. So we should be able to come in here now. This is still building. We should be able to replace our p times with um, our date time. Yeah, so I can do a find and replace in here, p time, and replace that with date time. And hopefully, we don't have that yet. So we'll
So
say,
I'm not sure we see what you're typing right now. It looks just static on my screen. Oh, there it is. It finally updated.
oh,
Yeah, that was
this
weird.
is strange. I can see the input lag. Does it like feel laggy or look laggy on your screen?
I mean, it looks a little better now.
Okay. I don't have anywhere measuring my bit rate. Could be my um, VPN acting up.
Gotcha.
So now we need to say ptime has this child module called clock, be like ptime clock. So we'll say module, we'll just call it clock equals ptime dot or underscore clock. And then here we can say datetime dot clock. There we go. We can do the same thing here, place that. All right, so we're building, now we have everything hidden kind of behind this, our like own custom datetime module. So let's see here. What do we want to do next? Let's go ahead and say type T is going to be ptime.t, and we're going to say of YoJSON. This will basically be our serialization function, or excuse me, our deserialization function, and we'll have a to YoJSON that is our serialization function. So to start, I'm just going to say this is going to be a unit, returns a unit, just to start prototyping this out. To YoJSON, we'll take a T and we'll just return another unit. So let's rotate that over. Let's see here. This is unused. Sure. Oops. And we're building again. This should be happy over here. Why? I don't believe you. Let me actually do one thing real quick. One of the guys in my work patched the LSP server, and that should help a little bit with some of the problems I've been having. Give that a second to update. Okay, cool. Let's try building again. Should be successful. We're good there. Sweet. Okay, that was the problem. And we decided that we're going to be storing dates as millisecond epochs or epochs. I don't remember the way you pronounce it.
I think it's technically epic, but I say epoch all the time anyway, so it doesn't matter.
All right, so of YoJSON, let's start by transforming it to JSON. So we get a T, and this will be our datetime, and we will say.
Could I get you to try turning off your mic in, or not mic, the camera in Discord? That might like help your bandwidth.
Yeah. Let's see here. I didn't even realize I had a camera on.
All right. Let's see if that helps. It already looks a little smoother, so yeah, I think that was part of it.
Okay, cool. Ptime dot to float s. Yeah, what are our options here actually? Yeah, we'll do to float s, and we'll say datetime. And then this might actually be exactly what we want. Unbound value YoJSON float, that's okay. Let's see what we have on this. We should have like some of functions. Dot of, no, two. Oh no, we want, probably want an of, I would think. Might have to go consult the docs quick. Actually, I think it's just going to be, I think the type will probably be float datetime. Let's just say this will be a function, say f. Yeah, let's try that. Let me go check the docs real quick, just to triple check.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to go to a number. So this is probably going to be number instead of that. So we get our docs, YoJSON, entry point. And we want to look at safe. And, oh, no, we can do a float of float. Okay, cool. I had that correct.
Cool.
Okay. So that should hopefully be valid there. And we could probably test that in UTop potentially. But let's just say we get, try to get it through this the whole way here. So this will be JSON. And we'll say, yep, that looks good to me. Well, really, it's not going to come across as a float. It's going to come across as a we don't store it. You don't store it as floats at all, right? In JSON, like it'll just be a straight up integer, right?
I mean, so JSON and JavaScript don't have integers. I mean, right? The representation might look like an integer,
Right.
but it's always a float.
Like it will be the number type in JavaScript is what I mean. Or I guess the better thing to ask is, will timestamps ever be stored as decimal epochs?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, cool. Then this should probably end up being int, and we'll have to say, we'll say changing here, and we'll pipe f to float of int. Yep, that I was actually right. Float of int. And we can pipe that to ptime dot of float seconds. But actually, we need to, oops, not clock. We need to multiply it or divide it by 100 or 1,000 to convert it from milliseconds to seconds.
Okay. Because that's
Right?
what p
Am I
time
wrong there?
expects?
Yeah, so p time's expecting seconds.
Okay, gotcha.
So if we come in here and we'll just say x, and we can say, is it divide by 1,000? All right, we need to use our float operator, and that needs to be a float as well. In fact, we can just probably do that. Yep. Okay, hopefully that works. That looks good. Let's try running that in Utah. Do you have like a timestamp on hand or like a test timestamp value we could use?
Yeah, so if you want to look at just any of the test values, they're in that test server in the main Vexilla file.
Right, right.
Or repo.
And Darknet, this is NeoVim. Let me make sure we can reference our stuff here. So that would be date Vexilla dot datetime. Cool. All right. Yeah. So let's bump that over. We can go to Vexilla.
And instead of in clients, it's going to be in packages at the top level. Yeah.
Sweet.
Fixtures is what you're looking for there. Yep. So that's an example of the file. So we're doing some OCaml right now, Darknet.
Yeah, I'm just using straight up Kitty right now and Kitty panes. Here we go. I have no idea what date this is. I mean, I guess we could probably just open up the JavaScript console and say new date. Friday, July 28th.
Okay.
Okay, that's a good point of reference.
I guess that's when I wrote these tests.
And we're going to say
or this tester.
So we'll say of. Let's start with if we can do our of float seconds and see if that works. And it'll be this divided by 1,000. Oh. Oh, right. We have to transform that into a float, of course. Float of int. We can say at. All right, so we got p time. Does p time have a to string? We have a to float to date time, maybe. Let's see here. This is where I always get mixed up on this library. Of date time to date time. So a date and a time. Let's try that. To date. Actually, we can just try that. I forgot to assign that to a variable, of course. So we'll say let x equals that, and then we can say ptime dot to date, and we'll say option dot get x. That looks good, right? 728 is what we saw.
Yep.
Feel pretty good about that.
Nice.
Cool. And then we can test our JSON parsing by doing, let's just do open Vexilla so we don't have to prefix everything. And then we can say datetime dot of JSON, and this should take that int and then that value. And we should hopefully get, oh, I forgot to assign it to a variable. Say this is let y. Is this Xcode? It is not Xcode, fortunately. Then we can probably do the same thing that we did here, but rather than X, we can say Y. This expression is type P. Oh, right, we get a result back. Right, okay. Let's see here. So when you JSON parse, it's inherently like a risky operation. So YoJSON essentially wants you to return a result type. So we'll have to unbox that. So what is the function that I can just like get the value, get OK. And we'll just reassign Y. Get OK Y. And then we'll do it again and do option.get.
And I forget, what's the purpose of the double semicolons?
That's only really in the REPL. It's like the REPL's symbol for like ending an expression.
If you want to do like multi-line stuff. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So now we should be able to look at Y. In fact, we don't even need to use this option.get because we already did that. And there we go. Okay, so our JSON parsing is working. So let's see if we can go in the other direction.
I mean, I will point out, we don't need to for this.
Oh,
right?
That's actually, that's a good point. I hadn't considered that.
So yeah, just throwing that out there. If you want to do it for just the sake of demonstrations that people can see, like OCaml and its power, then that's fine. But just throwing out there that this library never, like the SDK will never convert back to JSON.
Those are some strong words. Everyone heard it here first. Never.
It won't. Yeah, this is a reading of the JSON files, right? Any of the conversion to JSON happens inside the application, and that's just JavaScript.
So we'll say this is let, we'll just make this Z. And then let's see, I think we already have it written. FP people love round tripping for some reason. What do you mean by round tripping?
Just solving like the to and from, I believe.
Oh. It's just convenient because like we'd have to use a different annotation. It's not a big deal. Plus, I think we already have implemented anyways. So let's try just for shits and giggles here.
That's one of my favorite reasons for anything.
Datetime.to YoJSON. And we should be able to give it Z. Let's assign this. We'll just loop back around to A. So this expression is p time date, int. Interesting. Okay, well, I'm with you. Let's not solve that problem if we don't need to.
All right, sounds good to me. I'm all about not doing work I don't have to.
Okay, so we can delete that. So we have our of YoJSON function. That looks good. Okay. Next, we should be able to go to our schedule file, or actually our types file, and we can start changing p time in here with our datetime library. Let's try doing building. I don't think we had type errors, so this should be okay. Yep. And let's make this full screen again. Same with over there, that should be happy. Cool. And now we should be able to say at deriving, oh, we already have deriving of YoJSON. So we only need deserialization. Unbound value time type. Okay, that's okay. We can hit this with the old that, and shank around that. Throw that there, throw that there. This expression has type p-time option, but an expression was expected of p-time. Where do we have an option in this? Let's look at this error message. Admittedly, a bit cryptic. Is it our JSON? It is. Okay, so if we go look at our datetime file again, what does this return? It returns an option. Right, so we really want to say we want to take our option, and if it's a none value, we want to return an error. We don't want to return, basically want to go from, I don't know why this is inferring this as time zone offset. That's weird, but whatever, that's int. We need to pipe this into, what do we want to do here? We want to bind, I think. So result.bind. In fact, this might even be worth just breaking out into another line here, just to make this more readable. So we'll say we'll say ptime opt equals this entire expression in, and this is going to be a t option, and then we can say option dot to result, and our none will be our error value. We'll just say it's an invalid datetime. T result, and we can syntax and open let. And here we can basically use our fancy kind of syntax that works kind of like promise, like the await keyword in JavaScript and TypeScript, where this let operator is just basically saying, hey, this variable on the right is going to be a result. If we have the OK value, we're going to unbox it and assign it to this variable. Or if it's the error variant, just immediately return from the scope. So now this will be our, let's call it just our datetime. And we should be able to just return that. That's a little bit more readable there. So if we go check our inferred definition, yeah, we should get a t-string result. Perfect. Well, parsing JSON, just to give a little bit more helpful of an error message. Cool. All right, let's see if it is more happy now. Looks like we have a success. Cool. So let's go back to this file and see if we can actually add our of your JSON. There we go. So we should be able to deserialize this entire structure now from JSON to a one of our own types here.
Awesome.
We might have to write custom deserializer for our variant types.
I think we will.
Sometimes it's a little,
because yeah, those strings are not going to look that exact way.
Yep, exactly. That's what I've been wanting to write a PPX that, which is basically OCaml's macros to essentially take variants and take their either snake case or camel case string and convert it back and forth to variants and strings for this exact purpose, because I do this all the time. But there's the whole time thing.
Time is an illusion. Lunchtime doubly so.
So we got schedule good. So let's add, should be able to add our deriving. I don't think we need that. Unbound value name of JSON. Sure. Okay, that looks good. We have that good. Paste that there, paste that there. And then we'll do the same here. Cool, everything's just working. Again, we'll probably end up having to write custom deserializers for a bunch of these variant types, but that will be pretty fast and easy. And we'll just come through there. Oops. Okay, let's actually take the time to just write those functions quick before we forget about it. So let's just say let schedule type to string. That's perfect. Are these generally how they're going to be stored in the JSON files, these strings?
I believe so. Yes.
Cool. And then we can say let schedule type of string. We have of string and to string. We're not going to fail with. We don't want to do that, actually. We're going to return a result on this one. So we'll say OK.
Ooh, and do hold on. Here. Wait. Empty is actually just an empty string. I had to go double check that.
Oh, OK. Perfect. We can fix that. And then the last one will be a error, invalid schedule type. Cool. That looks good. Hopefully Copilot can generate a bunch of this for us. Actually, we can generate our of schedule type. If I could type of your JSON. Yeah, in fact, we can go up there and delete around that. Oops. Because we're going to write it ourselves. Let's schedule type of JSON. Yep, that looks great. Perfect. Yeah, so this is basically the kind of code I just want to like write a macro to generate. Like I feel like this would be super easy to just like look at a variant name in an AST tree and then generate this code.
Right, except that like empty isn't the string representation of empty, right? So
and for those use cases, like I'm thinking like we could do like something like percent I don't even know what you'd call it, variant JSON.
Sure.
Raw, and it'd be just like that or something like that.
Yeah, I like that. Almost reminds me of how you would do like Golang. Basically, like the props are always capitalized, but you might want to have a different one that's lowercase, and you would just annotate it.
Yeah.
With a string at the end of the line. So yeah, makes sense.
Okay. Then we'll do time zone. Sorry, this is some tedious, not so fun boilerplate code.
It's fine. It needs to happen.
To string and of string. That looks good. Is UTC going to be uppercase in our files?
I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just fully uppercase like that. Yep, totally is.
Sweet. And then we can write that. Perfect. In fact, we can come over here, delete on that. Same over here. And we'll say, yep.
So the one difference here is start end is actually start/end.
Okay. And finally, boom. Sweet. Okay, so our entire schedule type should be able to properly go back and forth between JSON and our actual type in OCaml.
Awesome.
And do we have... Yeah, so we'll have to do it for this one as well, possibly. Actually, no, this will be fine.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep, those should all compose nicely. All right. And then have you submitted for any more conference talks into the new year?
I did one for React Miami for like one of the mini like master classes or whatever, and it's basically like the AST stuff that I did a micro talk for React Summit for, but it would also be after that creating a way of like combing your code for env vars and then checking if they're defined.
Oh,
so, yeah,
dude, that would be really cool.
I've already made that tool, by the way, though. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep. But this would be like a good, quick and easy, like, hey, here's how you might do it, and show it working in Vexilla and some of that. So I think that'd be kind of cool.
Sweet. Well, hopefully we both get accepted. I submitted to talk there too. We'd finally get to meet in person. We could do like an in-person stream.
Yeah, that'd be legit.
All right, let's see here. We should be able to just annotate this with that, and that would be happy. And we're still building. Excellent. And now feature ID. Let's see here. How do we want to deserialize a feature key? We're going to get into having to deserialize a hash table. That's going to be interesting. Well, I guess that's not that big of a deal, right? Because it's just going to come across as a JSON object, and that will deserialize into a association list, which is basically in OCaml just a list of tuples where the first member is the key, the second value is the value, and then we can just read it into a new hash table. So that should be actually relatively... What did I say? Or where did that come up, Meta? I don't even remember hearing or saying that.
That's the trouble
just
with
blacking out.
Sometimes you say stuff and like, wait, I said that? Oh.
So if we deserialize here, how do we want to...
And I guess you said it while deserializing the hash table.
How do we know? This is actually a kind of... yeah, now I understand why I said it, because this is going to be interesting how we solve this. Is there any good way to derive whether a key in the JSON is an ID or if it's a name?
It's always the ID.
Always the ID?
Yep. Yeah, so if you look at the
beautiful
the example JSON, right, you'll see that the lookup tables there are always using the ID.
Let's I'm just gonna yoink this and we'll make a new file. The hell was that?
So yeah, they're like line 206 or whatever.
Can I ask a favor?
What?
Will you just turn that off really quick so I can water the plant behind you?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm gonna turn my webcam off for about a minute while Mrs. OCamelman waters a plant.
Sure.
All right, go for it, Justine.
Is it off?
Yeah, it's off. I promise.
Because I look ridiculous
yeah.
right now. That doesn't look like it's off.
The light is on, but nobody can see you.
Are you sure?
She's got like curlers in her hair. So she doesn't.
The world cannot see this.
The world cannot see.
I'm just trying to take care of your plants.
They are your plants, first of all.
They're in your office.
I know. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Okay, you can turn it back on.
Oh, I can turn it back on now?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I'm gonna go back out that way.
I mean,
And we're
Robotic
back.
Head, your beard could probably do
So
with
sorry,
some
everyone.
curlers, right?
This one's doing really good. You have a baby growing.
I have a baby growing in the snake plant?
Yeah, you have a baby snake plant.
Let's go. Let's go, chat. All right. So this looks pretty straightforward. Famous last words.
Yep.
And we were in our types module. Robot, I'm a little jealous. I cannot grow facial hair to save my life.
Me
At all.
either. It takes me
Yeah,
3 months to get like a somewhat decent mustache.
See, I couldn't even do that. I could do all of No Shave November and I would still look like this.
So, I mean, I was never able to do it until like 3 or 4 years ago. And I'm almost
So there's
40.
still hope for me.
Yeah. I think you can do this. Like, the mustache is doable. The rest, oh no, you're screwed. Don't worry about it.
The worst part is like what little facial hair I have for a mustache. It comes in blonde. So it's
really?
even harder to tell.
As a blonde person as well, yes, I agree. It's like an eyebrow on my lip.
All right. So when we deserialize a feature key, it is always going to be a string, and we can deserialize it to our ID every time. So that is very convenient. So if we write let feature key of JSON, I'm actually going to take that and I'm going to do this. And this will just be ID every time.
Mm-hmm.
So that is super convenient for us. Default features is deserializing. Okay.
I think another part that you're going to really have fun with is how we actually derive enums or whatever for like what's in our JSON file, so that a user can use an enum instead of magic strings when calling these functions.
The user can use an enum instead of magic strings.
So instead of typing a string for the name or ID, they would just simply use an enum that evaluates to that ID, right? So they get like type checked, like it prevents them from like having a possible typo when they're calling the should function, right?
I see. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I have a CLI tool that I've built that grabs the JSON file, combs for it, creates the enums on the fly, and it's like one CLI tool written in TypeScript, but like we still have to have the output as whatever language we're targeting. So there's like templates and mustache and bunch of fun.
Sweet.
Yeah, it'll be pretty good.
That'll actually be fun to do.
Yeah.
So let's we're gonna have to write a function here. In fact, I'm trying to think about where I want to put this, because we're going to use this potentially quite often. So we have a bunch of hash tables in this project. Let's just start in here and we can abstract it out. So basically, when we write our deserializer for hash tables, we're going to want to also eventually kind of write it in a generic way that it can accept a like key of JSON and a value of JSON, functions as well as arguments, and then we can kind of implement parsers for the keys and values for each particular hash table we have, and then kind of pass it to our more generic hash table parser.
Okay.
At least that's my initial idea here.
Sure. One thing to remember is like the lookup tables we have are not actually on the JSON structure.
Oh, you're totally right.
Yeah, so we don't have to solve the lookup tables at all. Lookup tables are just in case a user wants to type in the name during global, right? instead of
Dude.
the ID that's super gross and like really hard to remember.
I think Copilot actually just nailed this. So we get our association list, which is what a JSON object or record will parse as from your JSON. So this will just be a list of a tuple where A is the key, B is the value. We're going to create a hash table with the size of the list, which makes sense. We're going to iterate over our association list. We're going to get our key and our value. So this is a function, right? We might not need this function here. So Copilot let us down here. We'll just say JSON, and then we'll keep that F there. Or I guess it's already matching on that. Don't think we need that. And we'll say there. Yes, I'm going to toggle diagnostics for a moment while we work through this. Dylan has escaped to the wild. What up, AFAX and Scottish? You guys can't make me drink all night now.
That's my job.
Scottish is a madman at redeeming the hydrate reward in my stream.
Ah, gotcha.
And the first day that he discovered it, I didn't have a cooldown on it, and I couldn't figure out how to put a cooldown on it. So you can imagine how that went.
He almost killed me, basically, because you die from drinking too much water.
Hydration poisoning.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have this list, which we're going to need to match the key. Our keys will always be strings, right? I think.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So we should be able to match. Yeah, that looks good.
Scottish Trio, it's happened. There were radio announcers that held a water chug contest and people died from it. For sure. Whereas a milk chug contest, you will never be able to drink enough milk to have that happen. Your stomach will simply say, nope, and up it comes.
I think this will still be... I don't think we need this. We can say let's open syntax and then open let. Jump down to here and we'll say let at. And then yeah, so that will parse our key. So we should get a feature key. Mm-hmm. Let's annotate this type quick. And we'll say, whoops. That is going to be a yojson.safe.t.
Can I add a redeem to make Dylan drink? I definitely could, but I won't. I respect him too much. Hey Dylan, do you remember when we were talking about the CLI tool for like wrapping an arbitrary command and creating a prediction? I actually finished that.
Yes.
As well.
Oh, I've seen my notifications pop up on my phone periodically of you working on that, and I've been meaning to pop in.
Yeah, it's done. Like we're fully launched and everything. It's like tested and all that.
Hell yeah! I am putting this on my read list for either later tonight or tomorrow morning with my coffee.
Hell yeah!
Oh, hi, Winnie. Okay. Getting distracted. Yeah. I blame Scottish.
No, that's the best part, right? Weaponized distractions. It's actually weaponized diffuse thought process. They're doing us a favor.
Thank you, chat. Okay, hopefully that comes off. That would, yep, that's what we would expect. And then we can do the same thing here. Let add feature. Yep. I'm wondering if we want to reduce instead of iterate over this list. So if we hit, let's say we have like malformed JSON and we're iterating over it and we hit like bad JSON, we should probably fail the entire operation rather than just skipping the key. I feel like I should send a lot of water to Dylan's house just for when I'm in the stream, like out of water.
So yeah,
Okay.
I don't think I understood the reduce versus iterate.
So if we're iterating over this and the way this let binding works here, we're going to basically say, hey, if our feature key of YoJSON returns an OK value, we're just going to unbox it, set it to feature key, go to the next line. But if this fails and returns our error constructor or variant, we're going to immediately exit the current scope and return the error variant, which this actually, there's going to be a type error here now that I think about it, because iterate has to return a unit, which is basically the same thing as void.
Right.
So we can't actually do this. So I'm essentially proposing using reduce rather than iter. And then our accumulator would just be our hash map. And if we ever hit a result or we hit a malformed JSON,
right. Mm-hmm. And I forget, when would be a good use case for a fold right? There's a reduce right in JavaScript? Hold on, really? There is. Oh my god. right. Okay. All right. Never mind. Huh. I feel like we actually even discussed this at one point and I totally forgot. Because again, like, when am I going to reach for this? I don't think I am. Oh, reduce right starts from the end? Is that it? Oh, okay. I can see why that would be useful. Okay. I mean, I could see it being done for like some of the like leak code problems where you need to get the, last 10 items concatenated or something. Like, I don't know. Yeah, leak code sounds like the only use case I'd ever reach for it though.
Okay, so hopefully heard as that's incorrect. So maybe we have our arguments backwards here. Let's try. Might just need to do parens. There we go. That is what we want.
Nice.
Cool. So basically now, rather than raising this exception, as we're iterating over the list, if we ever hit an error, it's basically just going to pipe the error the rest of the way through, and we're not going to try to do other work. So let's actually implement that. What is that noise? Did you hear that? I think that was my Roomba acting crazy.
No, I did not hear that. Okay. Is this a maximum overdrive with the Roomba situation?
That's what it sounded like on my end. It's a little aggressive.
Okay. We got to watch out for them things, man.
Dude, Roombas develop their own personalities, truly. Do we want to bind here? We could bind. Or we can use a match statement. So if we match our accumulator with, if we've already hit malformed JSON, we are just going to return our accumulator through. And in our OK case, this actually looks pretty close to what we're going for, even though it's pretty ugly here. We can clean that up. Let's comment that. And in here, we'll say let at. Now we should be able to do this because it'll return an error.
Metame chimes in. Always better to match than bind. Based on my 2 days of OCaml now. Obviously superior.
We're slowly converting him. Okay. And then we will say our accumulator. Does this return our T? Returns a unit. Right, so we'll say delete in there. Whoops. So one of the things I don't love about hash tables from the standard library is that they return units and they mutate themselves, which is kind of like unlike a bunch of the other APIs. A lot of times...
Wait, OCaml allows mutation?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
You can use... there's a couple ways to have mutation. You can mark records with the mutable keyword. So like if we have just like type mutable coordinate, right? It'd be like this, and it'd be mutable x will be an int, and mutable y will be an int. And then we can be like, let my chord that, and we could set it with like my chord. Yeah, you can set it like that.
Wow.
You can also use refs like in React. So you could be like type, you could also do coordinate again. And let's just say it'll be a ref of, I guess it'd be an int ref, like that. And then you can reference the value using like dot contents, like you would in React. You know how you like preserve state across renders?
Current or whatever. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Okay. Same idea. So you can do that.
Interesting. Yeah, so that is one majorly fundamental difference between like this and Elixir. Like there have been so many parallels to Elixir, but that is one place that Elixir will just tell you nope. And okay.
Yep, you got to be super, super explicit about it. And there's another data structure in the standard library called a map that is not mutable, but basically has like the same API as a hash table. And rather than being like an actual hash table under the covers, it is a red black tree, I think. So still pretty fast and performant. But
So a
it is an
self-balancing
immutable
tree
data structure
for the rest of chat if they're not
Yep.
there.
Yep, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. And yes, I have never written a red-black tree in any production code I've ever dealt with, but I definitely remember that part of my algorithms class in college.
Same. I have never written one by scratch. I only know that because I recently read that chapter out of like Real World OCaml.
Okay, interesting. Huh. Yeah, if you're unaware, a magical part of Objective-C is the fact that their NS dictionary will actually pick the underlying data structure based upon your usage at compile time. It's kind of magical.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, like people like to shit
That's almost
on
like
Objective-C, but I
stuff.
really, really like some of the magic that they provide.
Were you the person that showed me the absurd variable name
Yes,
in
I saw you
Objective-C and
tweet it
Swift?
recently without a tag, by the way.
I
So,
couldn't
yeah,
remember who it came from. I
it's
just had a
fine.
screenshot sitting on my desktop. I was like, I don't remember where this came from.
I found
Still,
it from
like,
like
how
a
did
Hacker News or like a Reddit thing anyway, so like it's not like I found it.
dude?
Yeah.
It's the most absurd. Every single person I've showed that to is just like, it can't be real.
Right, exactly.
Like,
Still pretty cool
unbelievable.
though. It's fine.
Oh yeah,
Nothing's fucked
for
up.
sure. Okay. Well, I like that auto completed, so that's a good sign. We only have 4 errors, despite not showing them. And where does that close up? It doesn't, so that is a problem. That should go there. Down to 2. Toggle diagnostics back on. Okay, that's an easy problem to fix. Just ignore the value. Feature, yeah, we wanted that. Okay. Cool. That actually looks pretty good here. Let's see. I'm just going to call this populated table. And then we will say down here, all right, does this make sense? So we are going to parse a JSON record into an association list, and then we're going to create a hash table of the size of that list. Makes sense so far.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to take that table. We are going to use it. We're going to wrap it in a result as our initial value for our accumulator. We're going to then iterate over the list of key values in our JSON record. This is our reduce function, right? So we're going to get our accumulator, which is our hash table result, our key value. We're going to say if our accumulator is already in error, we're just going to pass through, not do any more work. And then if we're still okay, we're going to try to parse the key or deserialize the key. And we're going to try to deserialize the feature. And then we're going to add them to the hash table and return our updated hash table as the next value of our accumulator for the next time through the loop. That sounds right, walking through it.
Yeah.
That is a wild type there with a lot of parentheses, but I think it's actually right. So we are going to turn, oh, actually, this isn't quite right, I don't think. So let's try to break this type down. This part's not super important. That's just like the type. This is what the JSON type looks like inside the JSON library. But this type is saying, right here, we have, this is the result of our, this is our hash table type, which is going to be an ID and a feature T. So that's right. This is our error case, which is an ID. This is confusing because we have type aliases for strings. So it's like using our type alias rather than the primitive type. Up here, we did this, right? We just alias strings to name and key. So that's why the type system is like inputting ID here.
Right.
So this is just a string, which is right. So we have like this doubly nested result, which I don't think we want. We want to unbox this a layer. So let's figure out how we can do that. Let's see here. So what is this going to end up being? We don't need to return OK here. That should probably take care of it. That was the issue. So we basically put a result inside a result there. $10 to teach Lua. I think Lua's pretty easy to learn there. I don't even know how to say your name. More of a friend situation. I do actually know Lua pretty well from writing my NeoVim config and writing World of Warcraft add-ons back in the day.
Yeah, it's basically just JavaScript with 0 indexed arrays. Or 1 indexed arrays.
1 indexed, yeah. And the magical meta table meta.
Yeah, everything's a table, even arrays.
Okay, I think that this is correct. Now that I'm...
Yeah? Right to me.
Okay. So let's try to add, deriving your JSON now. Hash table dot of your JSON. Right. So we can come over here and we can say, what is it? Is it at, I'm going to forget the exact. I think we should be able to do that. All right, what's our error here? This expression has type yojson.safe.t, but an expression was expected of type association. Okay. Interesting.
So wait, you're doing list.fold left. That returns a list though, doesn't it? And we want a table.
List so reduce.
Oh, that's right.
Reduces it into a single file.
Yeah. Touche. Yep, I got you. It returns whatever we have as the add.
Let's try manually writing this out here rather than using the shorthand syntax. And let's go get rid of this again. And let's annotate. So this was having a problem that the type that this was inferring was too narrow, I believe. So I want to just come in here and say this is going to be a json.safe.t. There we go. Hi picks up a error here. So what is this type actually going to be? Let's go ahead and comment that. And also that, and we'll just say okay table for now. So this is going to be a string by JSON. Okay, that actually makes sense. And that's not far off from what we had. So let's go work through getting that type correctly. So if we come into here, then this should actually be a string, and this will be a yojson.safe.t. This is where annotating types is really useful, especially when you're kind of writing out some more complicated code here. Feature key of yojson. This is a string. Right, so we can do this and do that. There we go. Perfect.
Ah.
Then hopefully this works. Rip. Idiot. If you want to go learn Lua, go check out my dot files on my GitHub. It's github.com/dmmolroy. Same as my Twitch handle. My NeoVim config files are all written in Lua, and it's super heavily commented. You should be able to get a pretty good grasp of the language through reading through that. And if you have more questions, feel free to hop in my Discord, and we can help you out there. And by me, I mean Meta will help you out. I have volunteered him. And we'll say at of yojson. No red. No red.
Hell yeah. Will it
What are the
blend?
odds this
It
actually
blended.
works? Listen, Scottish, if you don't already follow Bad Cop on Twitch, you should give her a follow, because honestly, the most skillful Bash programmer I've ever met in my entire life. I don't understand how they do what they do, but they basically wrote a HTMX server in Bash recently, which is wild.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I recently
I
had
feel
to
like-
modify some Bash because Go Downloader no longer works. So I had to
Oh
fork
no.
a Go Downloader install script for Will It Blend.
Oh God, what just happened? Oh, oh, okay then.
Whoa, what's
OSX,
going
thank
on
you.
on your stream, on your camera? That's awesome.
I think that's an OSX thing now. In Sonoma.
Really?
pretty
Doing
sure.
a thumbs up shows the...
Are you on Sonoma?
No. I'm on a Mac Mini that cannot update.
Yeah, I think it's a Sonoma thing, because I think that happened. I think Justine was in a pretty serious meeting, and she must have made the right gesture that the fireworks went off at just the worst time.
Gnarly. Yeah. Mac, I'd say let that be an opt-in, not an opt-out.
Yeah, for real. Good times. We'll do the thumbs down. There it is. It's for you, Meta.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, they do all sorts of weird, camera shenanigans, huh? Interesting.
Classic Apple, right?
Yeah.
They can add these on by default features, but they can't go fix bugs in their Apple CLang version that cause cryptography errors.
Of course.
All right, so group ID, that's going to be always a string. This is going to be like the same deal as last time, where it's always going to be a string and it will always parse to an ID. Invalid group ID or string. Yep.
Wait, Menemy, what is babashka? I've never heard of that.
I don't know what babashka is either.
Yeah, that's
I actually end up using that whenever I have to do like serious bash scripting. What is it? ZX from Google? Is that what it is? Yeah. Have you seen this before, Chris?
So you can do stuff in like TypeScript, right?
Yeah.
Using ZX? Nice. Yeah. So I've used
Or JavaScript at least.
Or JavaScript. Yep. I feel like I've used SHX before, which is similar.
Oh, I don't know if I've heard of that. Oh, you write closure for scripting? Nice.
Okay. Yeah. ZX is cool.
That, or I just like rely on like ChatGPT and Stack Overflow to like struggle my way through getting Bash to work. Which ChatGPT is actually like half decent at getting working Bash out. If it's up. I've heard it's had some downtime today. Okay. So will we have groups in our... We'll have groups in our JSON, right?
No. Well, in the manifest, yes. So yeah.
Is this what I'm looking at the manifest?
No, that is just a flag group. So the manifest would be like the manifest.json that's in the same folder as that.
Okay, cool. All right, so we do need to still deserialize more hash tables. So maybe it is worth taking this function and what I was proposing earlier was basically having the same exact thing, but we would have it be like, can I make that full screen? I'll say set file type, camel. How can I save this? Do you know what the command to save an empty buffer is with a name?
I have no idea.
Okay, me either.
Yeah, sorry. So I'm a VS Code pleb. I don't know.
It's all right. We'll make do here. We'll just say...
And yeah, Geo, we're doing some OCaml with DM Mulroy as a guest. He is helping us build out the OCaml SDK for Vexilla, which is awesome.
Okay, let's close some of this stuff. All right, from here, let's open our syntax and then our let, get everything in scope. W file name, I should have guessed. So this will be feature.feature key. Oh yeah, it's types. So the types.feature key, I think. Is it not? Feature key. Oh, we're in environment. Right. Environment.feature key of your JSON. Okay. Yep. And we'll do the same thing here. Types dot environment dot feature, or I guess of your JSON. Yeah, okay, perfect. So, sorry, I just wanted to get this function broken out to another file. So what I was proposing before is essentially having this function and then we would take like key of YoJSON, which would be a function to deserialize our keys, and then a value of YoJSON. And rather than calling these functions here, we would get like, we could call this deserialized key, I guess. And we would say key of YoJSON. And then here we would say value of YoJSON. And this would be, we'll rename that as change in word, deserialized value. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Cool. And we can actually go back to our shorthand syntax here and delete that line.
So you do have value of JSON instead of YoJSON. I'm just making sure that's intended.
That was not intended.
Okay.
Good catch. Okay, cool. That looks pretty good there. Let's close that, and then let's replace our function here. Let's comment this out to start, and this is going to complain down here, which is totally fine. But we should be able to say utils.hashtable of YoJSON, and then feature key of YoJSON, like that. Yep, exactly like that. Okay. So now we can effectively do this for every single hash table, and we don't have to go write all this boilerplate over and over again.
Okay, cool.
And we can even make that nicer. We could even just say like type or let features of YoJSON equals utils. Yeah. So this is gonna. Why is it upset? Where's the type error? 1 second here. If we comment that out again, is that happy? Okay. Why? Yeah, I know that's not happy there. Okay, I think my LSP just got confused there. So basically, we just abstracted this into its own function here, because this is going to return basically another function. And then over here, we can say at of YoJSON, features of YoJSON. Yeah, just like that. Clean that definition up just a little bit. Okay, that looks good there. We are parsing that correctly. So I assume groups the same way as features, where it will always be the ID in the JSON.
On which structure? Are we talking about the manifest, or are we talking about the top level, like the group itself?
Probably either.
So technically, this is like in my other types, I have the idea of a manifest group and then a group.
Okay, so we do have a manifest group too here.
Okay. So manifest group is the only one that will ever be like in a hash table of groups, whereas group is just the top level like whole thing that you were seeing in that one JSON file.
And that will always be keyed by ID.
What? I mean, maybe look at the structure. So there is no key really, because it's just the top level object.
Oh, so this entire thing is a group?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Okay. Oh, I see. We use that group ID or name type for our lookup tables in other files.
Exactly.
Right. So we actually don't even need this deserialization because we never serialize at the JSON. Okay, that makes sense. Got that relationship down there. So here, do we already do environments for? Yeah. Okay, this should actually work pretty well, I think. So if we make a let environments of your JSON, yeah, that's gonna get close. Let's just say that for now, get that happy. And then our key deserializer is technically just a string of your JSON, which we should be able to say environment dot ID of your JSON. That should return a function. Do we have an MLI file for this? No. I'm just going to toggle diagnostics for a moment. I see. This actually needs to be annotated. We should go annotate this. This will be, it was narrowing our type too much, so we're just gonna widen it, and we're gonna say this will be a function. What is this now? Yeah, okay. And we'll say this is gonna be a yojson.safe.t2. Yeah, and we'll annotate that as the same type. All right, let's see if that bought us what we needed here. Interesting. All right, so what's our problem here? Let's turn diagnostics back on. So it is upset about taking a JSON. I guess that should be, I typed that incorrectly. This should probably be a B, possibly. Yeah, that fixed that. Cool. So the problem.
Yep. I don't remember what. Yeah, I think U is it. Yeah, TU, like it's the letter after T, so I think that works. Yeah, U makes sense. Yeah. TNU. Okay, so yeah, Mezzo is saying that too. Yep. Yeah, I tend to try and like find like better names as well. Yeah, I've been running that into that with Astro templates where I'm used to typing like both like quotes, and instead it gives me 4 quotes. So that's annoying. Hmm.
If I move this up into here, do we see that? It is. Right, because I'm in the environment. ID of YoJSON. All right, this would have to go after here. This is probably going to be the same error. Contains type variables that cannot be generalized. I don't know what that means. It has to do with how the type system does inference. I wonder if this has to do with our type annotations here. Nope. I admittedly don't know how to fix this error.
What I'm seeing is something saying there needs to be like an MLI file, even an empty one.
Oh, interesting. I wonder for which.
That I don't know. Yeah, not sure.
Let's try it for this one. So we'll say utils.mli. Okay, and let's split that. Whoops. And rotate that. Why do we? Oh. So we'll say val hash table of your JSON is going to be a function that has a function, right? So it'll be YoJSON .safe.t, and we'll return a C, I guess. Actually, let's just write this.
And he's saying yo JSON, not JSON.
Yep. Thank you. And this is going to be an instance, I think, where we're going to use named type variables. So we'll say key and then key error result. And that will return, or no, we have a second function that is like the same thing. You just put that there. And this will return this will be value and change to their value error. And then this will be the hash table. We'll just call it table and table error. Something like that. Where's my type errors here?
They equals big O camel. So Metame is saying, is there a reason to not use the generated/inferred signature, or is the point that they're making us do it because they can't invert it?
Yeah, I think so. Like the error is that it can't be generalized. So like as the type inference algorithm is running, it like can't figure out a type general enough to match all the circumstances that we're using it in. That's my understanding of what that means. So basically, the way OCaml's type inference system works is it will go and it will look through your function, and it'll basically go down through the tree and look at how you use your values. And because of how strict the type system is, it will be able to effectively like say, oh, you're using like a plus symbol here. I know this must be an int, or you're referencing some key. That key only exists on this record type. So we know we can infer it to be this. And it basically goes the whole way down through like a function and evaluates how how values are being used to figure out what their types are. All right, let's make sure our parens are good here. That looks good. That looks good. All right, why is this now? Why isn't this formatting to multiple lines? I feel like it should, shouldn't it? Maybe not. Can I just like bump this? All right, this should help reading it a little bit. So we're saying val hash tables is a function that takes a function as its first argument, and it will take some JSON and will return a result with some key type or a key error. Then we take a second function, which also takes JSON and will return some value type and some value error. And then we finally take the whole JSON object and we'll return out our hash table and the table error as a result. Hopefully, I wonder if I can like, we can go try to type check this in like a Melange playground, maybe. I use this all the time to prototype code, especially like this. Yeah, well, it doesn't know what your JSON is, but we can just give that some random other type. In fact, we can just even do like module JSON equals struct, and in there we can say, I think this is going to type check. I think we got it right. So safe equals struct, and we'll just have a type T in there.
And you can do nested modules like this. So that's actually going to come in real handy when we do the like the CLI script for generating types to save from magic strings. This is awesome.
Error value, right? Because oh, what's the best way to do this? I think this is fine. I think this is valid syntax. So the problem is this file is not an MLI file. It's just like a normal thing. I think we can get around that though, but you can do like a module JSON is going to be sig end and then equals.
Right, because
So
MLI
equals-
files are just syntactic sugar for separating these kind of things, right?
I'm not sure if syntactic sugar would be the right way to describe it. So I'm trying to think about the best way to describe an MLI. MLIs are almost how. No, that's a terrible example. I was going to compare it to Java.
I mean, to
I
me,
don't
it
want to do
sounds
that.
like a header file in like C or C++.
Yeah, that's kind of a fair way to put it.
But theoretically,
You can
you could do it
choose-
all within one file, and right, the MLI is basically equating right that equal sign. Right, the separation is almost like a syntactic sugar for that equals from like the MLI to the ML file, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think syntactic sugar somewhat works, but it's not syntax when you're separating the files. So I get you. It's probably the wrong term.
Let's see here. So we should be able to do module safe. I swear it's a semicolon. Semicolon sig and then that will be. I might have to do it equals in there. Type T. I thought we could do it something like this. I don't know. I think we're right here.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what our actual. Okay, interesting. We're definitely getting some type errors, which is good, right? It's saying that it's chonky boy, but it's telling us that our implementation of our MLI file does not match the definition we just wrote.
Okay, I gotcha. Right.
Type string is not compatible with type C. Okay. We're getting somewhere. So it's this one right here. Or no. There's that paren. That goes down to there. So it's saying that this string here is not compatible with C, which I don't know why that wouldn't be fine because that's just like a generic. Yeah, this top one's much easier to read than the longer blown up one. Values do not match. The implementation does not match the interface. This will be our actual implementation. So it's going to say string of string to a string result, blah, 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 does not match. And this is what we just wrote out in our file.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's upset about this. So I wonder if we go in and just make that a string, if that will fix the issues. Because we are just returning a string in all instances. Let's get that back in watch mode. And let's change it there. Say that's a string. That'll be a string. I admittedly don't know why that wouldn't work. Okay, so we're still getting problems. AC is not compatible with type C. Sure. I guess we're being too generic and we don't mean to because we know that this is going to be. Oh, yeah, we know this is going to be a key and a value hash table. There we go.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Cool. Yeah, and Steve-O's basically saying, like, it's weird that the MLI file is necessary for this because it seems like it should be generalizable, right?
I agree. I might ask some of my coworkers tomorrow about this, and maybe, like, I'll just, I don't know, maybe I'll tweet it out and tag you or something with the answer and, like, a code sample.
Yeah.
Because I admittedly don't know why we actually need this either.
Yeah, I mean, I just
Sweet.
Googled it, and when I saw that error, they were like, yeah, just create an MLI file for it. And I'm like, I don't know. So, yeah.
Can you link the answer you're looking at?
Oh, man, I think I lost it already. Oh, wait, yeah. Boop. Yeah, this is the
one. Excuse me. Yeah, this is definitely, I think young Steve was right. All right, let's pop this over.
Yeah, that makes sense. I got to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. I'll let you continue looking at this and trying to figure it out, and I'll be right back. See you in a sec.
Cool. Sounds good. The type expression string to AA, or no, it'd be this. Must be using a general type variable is a variable that can be substituted with any type. Yeah. Non-general type variables that are also called weak type variables are variables that cannot be concretized to one and only one type. Usually weak type variables arise when a variable is mutable or when it is a function application. So that's us. In general, type generalization can be applied only to the expression that belongs to the class of syntactic values, which includes constants, identifiers, functions, tuples of syntactic values, etc. This general rule is relaxed in OCaml, and type variables of all other expressions can also be generalized if they occur in covariant positions. For this, the type system should either see the type definition and infer covariance from it, that is, the type should be abstract, or type variables should be restricted to a covariant type, that is, prefixed with a plus in the type definition. Non-generalizable types are okay inside a module structure, but they cannot escape a compilation unit. That's our problem, I think. Part of our problem, at least. Different modules may concretize them to different values. It's beyond type system capabilities to prevent this. Since your module doesn't contain .mli, everything is exported by default.
Okay, and I'm back.
Okay. I don't understand all of this, but I understand enough of it that it makes a little bit of sense, and I'm definitely going to these are the general strategies in your case. It wouldn't be possible to generalize string P as custom parsing doesn't belong to a class of syntactic values. It is a function application, blah, blah, blah. You can always ask a type system about the variance of your type variables. For example, without knowing any variance rules, we may ask the type system, is it true the alpha and beta are covariant? And the covariance inference algorithm will compute the following answer. The first type parameter was expected to be covariant, but it is injective contravariant. I don't know what some of these words mean.
The same.
Guys, we're becoming type theory experts real time on stream. We are actually working on we're actually working on our PhD right now. So by the end of this, we're going to be writing Haskell and academic papers. So
I'm technically working on my ABV right now.
You know what? I might join you. I might go grab a beer quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. Really, Metame? I think you're lying. I think you are full-on Serengeti lying to us.
Hi, Winnie. How you doing, honey? Got to get the big stretch.
Oh yeah.
Now she's splooting out.
Oh yeah, it's a cool dog. Is that a golden retriever, right?
Yep.
Nice.
Yep. I have 2 Goldens, and then a tiny dog that is mixed with every small breed in the world and looks like the creature that caused COVID.
You mean the chupacabra?
Yeah. Basically, that's exactly what Baxter looks like.
Okay. I think I actually saw Baxter like just a little bit ago. They wandered in the stream just a little bit.
Yeah, Xivo, this is a bit. I want to get to the point where I can understand this Stack Overflow post just because I have an interest in understanding this stuff. Oh, look at Metame coming through with the Wikipedia. Hey, Metame, could you summarize this for us plebs that don't have our PhDs?
Metame GPT.
Yeah, Meta GPT.
Metame GPT. Boom. There you go. Nailed
it. Okay. So adding the interface file worked. So I'm pleased with that. So from there, we can go back to our types file.
And yeah, Metame, agreed. I don't memorize anything about languages. I just know that I can be productive if I give myself time to ramp up on one of the many that I feel like I could be productive with.
Yep, 100%. I feel like after you've been doing this for so long, like it's just a matter of getting past some syntax, common libraries, and then like just the way I like to do it is I like going and like looking at popular open source libraries in that language. And that's how I like to come up to speed on certain things and then play around with it. Like I just have like this thing where like I just get like a mental block and like I can't start coding until I feel like I've read and understand enough at a high level. So that's generally how I get over that hump.
Interesting. Okay.
No pun intended.
Ooh, like the OCaml hump. Nailed.
You like that? You like that?
Touche. Yeah, I just start hacking stuff out until the compiler stops yelling at me. That's usually how.
Also a valid tactic.
Yeah.
Also very valid. Oh yeah, Josh Walker. I have that PDF. I generated the OCaml version of that book, and it's like in my queue to read over Christmas break.
Oh, 1 second. Sorry, Josh. Let me allow you to post links. We just have that to prevent like the random spammers. So feel free to repost that if you want. That way other people can see it.
Okay, so now it's happy. All we needed was an MLI file. I do, despite that Stack Overflow post being like very verbose and technical, I do appreciate that person actually went into enough detail that like really took the time to explain out why and then gave the solution.
Right.
I think that's exceedingly rare and valuable, especially in the age of ChatGPT.
I mean, Stack Overflow kind of requires it, right? You can't half-ass it or else people are going to be like, nope, not good enough. In that voice, specifically.
I want you to narrate all of my Stack Overflow posts in that voice. That would be a great AI project to do on stream.
Not a bad idea. I definitely want to do a narration of the parsing HTML with regex as well. I've done a really good one.
Oh, dude, that would be so good.
Yeah.
That's such a classic.
I used to have like the VSTs for like the like the deep voice, the high pitched voice, and like some other things, and I'd like randomly toggle between them like while reading it. I want to do that again for sure.
Dude, it's a shame. I feel kind of in the same vein as what I was just saying before with like in the age of like ChatGPT, like quality nuggets of information like you can find on Stack Overflow are going to get harder and harder to find. I feel like younger programmers, fewer and fewer of them are going to find that XML parsing Stack Overflow post and it's just gonna like be a thing us old timers joking know about.
It's all right. Like, if I make a good YouTube video about it, then they can find that. That's for the Zoomers.
Yeah, revitalize it.
Yeah, damn right.
Okay. I think we're almost through most of this here. Sorry that this was like not the most exciting stream ever. It's just like a bunch of really annoying deserialization and JSON boilerplate, but
I mean, it's a step that has to happen before we can actually do like the proper test for the client,
Yep. Yeah, I imagine you probably had to go through this with like Rust and all your other languages anyways.
Yeah.
That basically JavaScript gets the easy way out because JSON is part of the language.
Yep, exactly. And it's like so loosey-goosey with, types and being able to infer, and like polymorphic types are so easy in TypeScript versus like how to do it in Go and some of these other languages.
Unbound name. Oh, right. It's because we aliased this.
Right, like even Dax from SST had a post the other day like, hey, I got this discriminated union, technically polymorphic data type, that I need to like be able to serialize and deserialize. Help! Like, and if he's saying something like that, then it's actually like hard to do. So yeah, it was kind of fun. And he was doing it for Go, and like, Go just really doesn't support polymorphic data types in a good way.
Go doesn't have union types either, right?
Nope, not at all. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the way I ended up
solving how did it do a Say that again, I'm so sorry.
So the way I ended up doing this in the Go code is I have like a raw lookup table, and then I use the types and values in that raw lookup table to then grab the typed value in my like typed lookup tables. So I have a gradual lookup table, I have a toggle lookup table, I have a selective lookup table, I have a value lookup table. And it gets real gross, but it does work.
I'm surprised. Maybe I'm not surprised. It feels like union types in Go would go a long way to like, I get it's like extra language features, but at the same time, I also feel like it would also like fit the goal of Go of being simple, because like think about I know it's like very boilerplate, but like union types aren't that complex of a feature, I feel like. I think it would aid Go's like overall simplicity, even though like at maybe like a language compiler level, it's more kind of advanced.
Yeah, they have like some major like issues where if it slows down the compile time at all, they don't want to do it. So anything that increases compile time would just really just not be
the thing
they want to do. So
yeah, it took them forever to get generics too.
Yep.
So
yeah, they actually have like regression tests where if a feature adds too much to the compile time, it doesn't land.
Interesting issue. I remember I was at GopherCon in San Diego in 2017, and that was the year they released the initial, like at that GopherCon was where they released the first proposal for generics. And what is his name? Rob
Wormald?
Is he the lead dev on Go?
Rob Pike. Sorry.
Rob Pike. Yeah. He was the keynote. And the keynote of the conference, like first thing, like Friday morning, comes out and is like, here's our proposal for generics. And everyone was like, yeah.
Right.
Exactly, dude.
All the air was sucked out of the room in that one moment.
It literally, like, you could have heard a pen drop.
Yep. All right. Yeah, that sounds about right. Scottish Trio returned with water.
Welcome back, Scottish. The one way I could see where unions are bad for Go, someone unfamiliar with strongly typed langs would use them in a bad way. Could you give an example of how you could see unions being misused, Meta? Just out of curiosity.
Rust makes it work, you know?
Yeah, that's what I mean. That like, I feel like it's hard to abuse unions. Like, I feel like they're inherently like a simple thing. I'm trying to think of like, I guess you could like union like too many types together and make it way too broad of a type potentially. But
Yeah.
then like at some point you have to narrow it back down anyway. Yeah, I don't know.
So there is that Rob Pike talk in which he talks about like the smaller your type, the better, right? Like the larger you make your type, the more you're actually forcing yourself down like one exact road. So
Yeah.
he had like a very influential talk about simplicity and why like your overcomplicated types are actually making your code harder too.
I'd be interested in watching that.
Yeah, it
See,
was like
that's like
GopherCon like 2014 or something like that.
it's one of the reasons I really, really like OCaml and Reason is because expressing complex relationships between types does not take a lot of code and like it's very easy to do most of the time, asterisk. But like when
Asterisk.
you try to do the same sorts of things in TypeScript, man, like when you get like into like layers of ternary map types and all that stuff, like it can get pretty hairy pretty quickly and like really complicated to express in types.
Yeah, yeah, and that's most likely exactly what Rob Pike is kind of like pushing back against. And
Yeah.
I think I get it, but kind of a bummer.
Okay, I think these are all typed. I'm gonna do a quick commit here. SL commit -a. Oh, right, I'm not using sapling on this repling yet. So git add -a. Add your JSON to types .ml.
It makes sense, Metame, but like in TypeScript, discriminated unions are pretty easy. It's when you start getting like really like multiple props for discriminating types. That's when you start getting into the weeds.
Mm. You're suggesting that like you have two different keys to narrow it rather than one?
Exactly, right? And
Yeah.
you know, TypeScript makes that totally possible, but it's still something where it should be a code smell, I think.
Yeah, I use tagged unions or discriminated unions. Just like I literally put a kind keyword on it and put a string, and like I use those. I probably used tagged unions in TypeScript like more than any other type. Like I use it all over the place.
Very useful. I mean, it's why this library does it, because it's just so easy and it makes so much sense to do so in TypeScript. But then, yes, other languages sometimes make it tougher than it should be.
Let's see here. So we got through that. We have that typed. Trying to think about where we were next. We switched to using our datetime library, which I'm glad we wrote that wrapper because now at some point, actually, you know what? The next thing we're going to need to do is actually implement, I think, our REST client, which I'm probably am going to defer to next time because I forgot to install a bunch of dependencies and everything. But chat, if you don't follow me on Twitter, why is my mouse so slow?
Ooh, young Steve loves your ligatures. Was that a coworker at Formidable? Oh, okay. Cool. Like dark hair, glasses? Yeah, I remember seeing him give a talk at Seattle JS. Awesome. Oh, yes, I know Urkel for sure. Yes, yeah, he gave a talk about that specifically, I think. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. His talks were always great. Well, yeah. If you find it, you can always share it later at some point. Like, no big deal. Yeah, that's awesome. Nice. I mean, yeah, no shame whatsoever. I appreciate you taking the time, right? That's part of doing one of these streams. You get to promote whatever you want.
A PR against this Vexilla repo, maybe add some test coverage, or improve typings here and there, or whatever it might be.
Might be worth it to get this merged into the core repo at some point if you want.
Cool. I can open up a PR merging that in tomorrow morning.
Awesome. Sounds good. Yeah, I'd be stoked on that.
Sweet. Awesome. Well, as always, Chris, it is a pleasure. Had a great time.
This was a blast.
Winnie's had a great time back here, as you can tell.
Right? So much fun that they need some sleep now.
Winnie. No? You too sleepy?
She sees you. She doesn't need to move. All right. So, yeah, this was awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this. Thank you for taking time out of your schedule to do these. And, I'm glad your talk went
Likewise.
well. Super cool.
Sweet. And hopefully we both hear back about React Miami Miami. Yeah.
Yep, React Miami. I'll do a render ATL submission as well. I also have some other things I want to propose to React Miami. I'm glad that they don't force you into only doing one. I forget what talk I was looking at where they're like, oh, I'll only do one. I think that might be render ATL. But whatever.
Yeah, I feel that.
So, have a great rest of your night. Don't forget the trash. And, we'll see you next time.
All right. Thanks, man. Have a great night.
Cheers.
See you, chat.
All right. So, fun stuff. Bam. So, that was fun, everyone. Let's stop the recording. Bam. We're at 7 p.m. Oh, I haven't disconnected here yet, have I? There we go. These are always super fun. Yeah. There's a couple other people in the Miami area as well. I'd love to give a talk at React Miami, especially because they'll cover the flight and the hotel. That's a big part, especially because I am currently unemployed. I cannot afford to do another React Summit travel thing on my own dime, right? I can pay for the whiskey and food on my own dime. I do not want to spend another $2,000 out of my own pocket to fly somewhere. Maybe if I get another job here soon, then I can totally justify that and I'll do a whole bunch more talks, but yeah. I gotta like really focus on the ones that pay like the heavy bills. Oy. Yeah, who knows? Maybe next time I'll have an in-person talk and React Summit would cover my flight and hotel as well. But we'll see. Get an interview for a job in Miami? We'll see. We'll see. I mean, they'd have to do like the async work schedule because I'm not waking up at 6 a.m. for their 9 to 5 bullshit, you know? But honestly, like, no, if I get a job at a company that promotes giving presentations, right? Especially if I can do some DevRel, ooh, they would totally pay for like that stuff too. Mayor of Miami wanted to turn it into a tech capital. I mean, let me just point this out. You'll never catch me moving to Miami. There's no snowboarding there. No. Not gonna happen. Wouldn't be prudent. Let me get some music going. I don't know if I feel like ending stream yet. Oh, that music was loud. Let's get system audio there. Boom. Boom. Seems like I still don't have music making it over to the YouTube, which is annoying. But we can get it over here on Twitch at least. Wait, you do what at Zumba? And hold on, let me shout out some follows, the ones I definitely missed. GTB, the one we timed out asking for the Lua stuff, didn't actually unfollow when they got timed out. So maybe they're going to be like cool and fun like to chat with next time. We'll see. We'll see. Crankin, thank you for that follow. Welcome. You send devs to conferences? Yeah, I get that. I mean, if you want to speak, you don't charge PTO? Well, I mean, let me just look at the company. What does Zumba even do? You mean like Zumba, this company that made Swivel? It does say Florida. It is literally the dance fitness company? Really? Oh, that's actually kind of cool. You wrote Swivel? Oh, so you're the competition. Because it's a feature flag tool, right? So you're the competition. I'm kidding, by the way, like barely. It's a different thing. It's solving a different problem, right? It's solving the same problem in a different way, at least, right? It looks like it's mainly PHP focused as well. Yeah, right? So it's not even like, it's not even a competitor. Y'all ain't competing. I'm kidding, sorry. But yeah, good work on Swivel. Like, this seems cool. There's a JS lib too. Nice, nice. Yeah, I think my bread and butter is the fact that I'm good enough with other languages that I can solve like the SDK problem in a way that pretty much other companies can't do in their budgets, right? So yeah, I still think there's value to Vexilla and what we're doing with it. But this is still really cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a big wide world. There's room for all these libraries. So much so that I think Launch Darkly could totally buy Vexilla, no problem. So much so that I would refuse to work for a company that's main product is feature flagging because there would be a clear conflict of interest. So yeah, there's a couple companies in this space that are hiring that I haven't even considered applying to yet. And damn, you did this 9 years ago, right? So it exists in like, from a time that I wasn't even thinking about feature flags back then, right? So I get it. That makes sense. Do you use it in production today? Yeah, it makes sense. I get it. Nice. Ooh, I would say a canary release is slightly different, though. Canary release is part of the release process rather than, like, gradual rollout. Yeah, canary release is more about, like, the actual deploy process and rolling that out gradually rather than the same thing, right? Okay, yeah, no worries. I'm just double-checking that I understand these the same way as well. No, I get it. I get it. Totally fine. I'm not talking shit here. I'm just verifying my own knowledge as well. The behavior stuff is interesting, though. So feature flagging services are expensive, especially for startups and indie developers. If you could launch a static file somewhere on something like S3 or CloudFront, that gives you, for the most part, infinite scalability. Right? So static file-based feature flagging is essential for a company that doesn't want to deal with scaling their feature flag tool. If you wanted to launch PostHog or a bunch of other processes that are open source, right? A bunch of other feature flag tools themselves, you still have to run a server somewhere for that. Whereas with Vexilla, it's a static file living somewhere and all the logic is calculated via the SDKs or the client libraries. So it's more of a headless approach to feature flagging. Does that sum it up? Is that enough of like an elevator pitch for you? Yeah, no worries, Josh. Yeah, so far as I know, there's like 2 feature flag services that do a little bit of what I'm doing. They are static file based. There is Growthbook, which totally allows you to do a static file living somewhere, but you still have to run the application somewhere. Whereas my app is just an SPA living on GitHub, basically, or wherever I'm hosting it. And then there's another tool called Hypertune or something like that, that actually tries to tackle the exact same thing that I'm trying to do, right? Static file based and kind of like Git native, meaning that any changes to your flagging are traceable through the modifications of that file in Git, right? In source stuff, right? So the problem with Hypertune is they only have one client SDK. They are JSTS focused. Could they create more? Absolutely. But their velocity at implementing client SDKs is going to be hard to match for like my velocity, right? Like, my velocity is boom, right? I already have 6 SDKs. I can make 6 more in the time it'll take them to build out a couple more. In, like, the cost it'll take them to do so. So I still think, like, yeah, there are some companies that are really, like, overlapping with our goal. But me, as, like, an indie and basically, like, a startup, I can solve some of these problems quicker than some of these other companies can. And if I do it right, I'll eat into the bottom line of some of these other companies enough that they'll just buy me for a couple mil, because it would cost them easily a couple mil to replicate what I got. So yes, my proper end goal is acquisition. If I were to opt for not acquisition and, you know, actually like a viable business, I would have to be a services company that eventually develops an A/B testing platform and like a cloud platform for Vexilla. But that would be a couple mil as well, right? Meanwhile, I have some other products or tools that I think would be way better off for like the VC investment type thing. Launch Darkly's fine, it's just too expensive. I can't afford that shit. I made Vexilla because I can't afford Launch Darkly. There you go, Bob. Not a bad idea. Chris Altman. Chris Altman Griffin. Yeah, I mean, when we recognize that feature flags are a building block to A/B testing, yes, it would not be too big of a deal to launch something, right? Right. So yeah, young Steve-O is pointing out that they built this thing 9 years ago, launched Darkly, and a bunch of these like products have actually like spun up since then. So they could have made a software as a service out of it. Split.io, Optimizely, all the big incumbent feature flag tools are less than 9 years old. Yeah, again, feature flagging is outside of your scope, and I get that. 1000%, Bob. Yes. That was actually part of why I was doing the traceability aspect via Git, because I wanted marketing to be able to modify this stuff. But we needed to know who changed what when. So yeah, I was actually building out a lot of this to be able to be consumed by the company I used to work at. Well, they're still using Vexilla, I think. I haven't actually looked. I assume they still have the cloud platform. It's not worth checking. It's fine. It's whatever. Meh. Yeah, I think the SDKs are actually like the bread and butter. Because, right, think about mobile apps. How many of these companies actually have Objective-C SDKs or Swift SDKs or Kotlin SDKs or any of that shit? I can solve that for them. So yeah, I think the SDKs are the thing that give us our viability. However, I don't think Vexilla is a good investment for VCs. It would be something that a big company buys because I'm eating into their bottom line. And all I got to do is get enough of a user base. Oh, I've seen Drop Dead Fred. Yeah, for sure. Didn't they try and remake Drop Dead Fred? I could have sworn there was a remake in the works. Did that not happen? Did it fall through? I think, oh shit, Russell Brand was the one they were considering for the Drop Dead Fred role. Which I think he'd actually be really great at. I think he would fucking kill it as a Drop Dead Fred. So yeah, Swivel, man. Seems super cool. Alright, well, here's the next question. Yeah, I do not have a solid understanding of PHP 8. Yeah, I'm not a good fit. Shit. Yeah, I got laid off beginning of November. The startup I worked for had to tighten their bootstraps. Best job I've ever had. Fucking love that company. I really like Fairwinds. Best work-life balance I've ever had. Yeah. I would say I'm not a great fit for a PHP role. I could be. I could totally, I could get there. But, yeah, I don't think I'm a good fit. I still have a blog post. Hold on. How do I even look this up? Plausible, right? Yeah. Some company will scoop me up. But dude, right? How to mock PDO and other objects. I still get hits on this blog post from 2012. Now, granted, I don't think it's a great blog post anymore because I've learned more, right? Why would you mock PDO? You should mock the thing that calls PDO instead. But it was something I was trying to do just to understand namespacing because it was brand new in 2012. But yeah, I still get hits on this blog post, and it's over 10 years old now. That's crazy, right? That's fucking crazy, man. All right, so let's get back to what we're looking at. We need to figure out the right way to do Basil elixir stuff. And rules Erlang here is definitely part of it. Ooh, Cake PHP. That's a name I haven't heard forever. Oh, man. You might as well have said Blue Flame. The fork of Code Igniter. Nice, Sivo. Hell yeah. Yeah, solid, man. Yeah, hold on. What was the other name for CodeIgniter? Like the fork of it. Started with like a K or whatever, right? Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Yi was big. Yeah. Yi's still kind of big. Kohana! That was it. Kohana. The fact that I remembered it started with a K. Damn right. Anyone here work with Kohana back in the day? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Oh, wow. ehow.com is, yeah, let's allow it. Sure. Hold on. So you had an old Kohana code base? They put you on TS right away, though? Okay. And yeah, for some reason, Automod saw an ehow.link. It was like, nope, that's spam. Nope, no thanks. Backend was CodeIgniter? Yeah, it's fine. Like, honestly, CodeIgniter's not that bad. It's a bit older. When making APIs with PHP, I definitely preferred Symfony itself. Oh, we know that, Bob, but Kohana is not 80% of the win. ehow is also extremely questionable. No, Automod was dead on balls accurate there. It's an industry term. Right? ehow was basically like a poor man's WikiHow, right? No, not quite. ehow was more about like coding stuff, right? Like Stack Overflow before Stack Overflow. There you go. Yeah. That's a good way of phrasing it. It was basically Quora. Who's hiring right now? I don't remember. I don't think I applied to the Quora link yet. But I should. I basically would love to work for a company that allows me to work on their stuff on stream. That's actually my main goal. If I can't do that, then yeah, I'll get some other job. But I'd love to work for a company that lets me work on their stuff on stream, such as SDKs, such as, whatever, right? If they're open source, that's even better. Yeah, basically like Purple Elf. Do a lot of open source, but nothing about streaming. Right. Makes sense. Yeah, I applied to like, oh man, hold on, I got the list. I've applied so far to Pulumi, DigitalOcean, Netflix, Render, BuildBuddy, WorkOS, Lob, SourceGraph, and 1Password. The only one that's actually gotten back to me is Render. And they said nah. But, you know, it's fine. Yeah, that'd be cool, Steve-O. I think it's worth it. Well, I applied to GitHub too. Shit. I definitely applied to GitHub and forgot to mark down which link that was. Shit. I totally forgot which one. I think they messaged me saying thank you for applying. So I might be able to find that. Oh, it was for their, like, NPM position. Yep. Yeah, so I applied to GitHub too. I forgot. Didn't put it in my list. Yeah, 1Password would be awesome too. Yeah, we'll see. Fingers crossed. They know I wouldn't be drinking this much whiskey while working on their stuff, right? I hope companies know that. I can delay when I have a whiskey. I just have no reason to right now. But all right, so here's the thing we got to work on. We got to figure out how to make our Elixir stuff actually work. So we got Basil Skylib already. Man, I'm actually really hoping to hear back from SourceGraph, right? They said no to the DevRel thing because they just hired someone for that, and I get it. They have another DevRel role that would require I live in, you know, I live in San Fran. I could move for that. I wouldn't want to, like, go into the office every day, though. And if I was just in Tahoe and I drove in, like, once a week, would that work? I'd be okay with that. But unlikely. No, yeah, that sounds awesome, Steve-O. Yeah, sounds cool. I really think, yeah, open source stuff and being able to stream it would be awesome. Yeah, like the idea of moving for a job sounds a bit meh to me anyway. But if I could move to the Tahoe area and make it work for a San Fran company, that would actually line up with me doing an eventual like Y Combinator thing too. Because they would want me in person in San Fran, but not every day. So I could do the Tahoe thing and drive in. Pretty sure I could do that. So, yeah, eventually moving to Tahoe is not outside my scope at all. I'd still get to snowboard. There you go, Standard. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like Steve-O from Jackass, like the tattoo on his back, the I love that tattoo so much. It's so good. Oh, and hey, Steve-O, thanks for following the gaming stream. Yeah, shit, I just saw that. Thanks, man. I literally exist, man. Yeah. No, I know that for a fact, Dr. Cuddly, but if I only had to do it once a week, I could drive in the night before and then be there. Right? I'd be okay with that. I'd be totally fine with that. Right? Especially for, like, Y Combinator. Pretty sure YC is not an everyday thing. Yeah, no worries, Steve. How did I get into snowboarding? Had some friends that did it. Ended up buying a snowboard off of cheapsnowboards.com. I think I have that board somewhere still. Nah, I might have lost it. It was a luxury. Like, literally, the brand was luxury on the snowboard. All right, so there's the PHP stuff that I'm not even using. We should comment that. This is the Elixir part of things. Oh. Yeah, the source graph thing would be awesome because they're even like looking for someone with Bazel experience. They're looking for polyglot devs. Like, that's me. But again, no hard feelings if they find someone else or if I'm not a good fit. Or if I don't pass the interview process. Break down Vexilla as a brand? You mean like where the name came from? Is that what you're asking? Okay. So, you know the big banner that the Romans used to take into battle? It's on like the stick and it's like, you know, the diamond pattern or whatever. Like, you know, it's like flat up top and then like, you know, comes together kind of like this. That is a Vexillum. Vexilla is plural of that. It's a type of flag. That's it. Right? Using basic Roman grammar, the plural of Vexillum is Vexilla. That's it. All right, boom. Oh, I guess it's not even diamond patterned, but it's up on the thing. Right? Plural. Vexilla. It's a flag. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for some reason I had it in my head that it had like a diamond pattern to it, but I guess it doesn't. Yeah, I guess it was just literally just a, you know, a rug or whatever. Sure. Rug on a stick. Exactly. All right, so RabbitMQ rules Erlang. All right, we added that. In our build file, we got to do some junk here. Yeah, I really need to see an example of an Elixir code base. But let's go copy some junk into that folder. We don't have a build file in here. All right, so if we look at what RabbitMQ server is doing here. Oh, and hold on. Am I naming it just build or is it build.bazel? It's just a build file. Okay. When we look at their code, right, we see the Bazel folder, deps, doc. Oh, God. Are we going to do the same thing we ended up doing for PHP and just use a Docker file? Yeah, Bazel is smarter than me. It just is. I like how the icon is basically a bunny rabbit. For RabbitMQ, that is oddly applicable. Oh, is that their logo? Oh, that's their logo even. Oh. I did not realize that. Are they hiring? VMware probably is. Tanzu? What is Tanzu? Is that like a company they merged with or something? It's gotta be, right? So they're really only hiring in India, right? What does Sophia BG mean? I don't mind Angular. I've actually done a lot of Angular. I used to be on the organizing group, right? I was like an organizer for Seattle Angular. I don't give a shit. You can do amazing stuff with Angular. If you're thinking of Angular JS, well, yeah, you're operating 10 years in the past. Come on, move on. Yeah, come on. No, like, framework shit talking. Please, Sivo. Come on. I thought we had already moved on from that. Bulgaria. Yeah. Not me. Flexible within Bulgaria. Am I moving to Bulgaria? No. Like, no. But yeah, please, in the future, no language or framework shit talking. It's not productive. It doesn't help anybody. It's not even fun anymore. Right? It's just so played out and boring. Right, so this is the workspace file on RabbitMQ. We do see a build.bazel file. So creating some of these commands, I'm not sure I need to do any of that. Wait, is AlgoBro really watching Silicon Valley on his stream? Come on, dude. Be ethical. I think I misjudged that dude. Yeah, I'm gonna go lurk something else. All right. Yeah, I think I really need to think about how this Erlang stuff needs to work. And it's 8 p.m., so I should probably get some food in my belly. So we should go raid someone. I haven't had a chance to raid Time Enjoyed for a while, so let's go do that. So yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. We had a great stream today. That was really fun. I really appreciate DM Mulroy coming on stream, helping us out, right? Helping make that OCaml SDK. It's really cool of him. We're going to go raid into Time Enjoyed stream. And Time Enjoyed is doing some Next.js Supabase stuff. So yeah, it should be fun. God. Like, yeah. Don't know why I was expecting someone who wants to operate a hedge fund to have ethics. That shit bums me out, man. Anyway, let's go say hi to Time Enjoyed. She kills it. She's not playing Silicon Valley on stream. But, yep, I will see y'all tomorrow, and have a great rest of your day. I'll see you over on Gaming Stream, maybe. Later.